It's time to get to the point. It's time to get to the point. And that's what we shall do. But I'm making you make the decision. I'm making you make the decision. Alright, it's time to get to the point. We are ending Capricorn season, going into Aquarius season, and finishing out in Pisces season. It's coming quicker than you think, and it's time to get real. For real. This Capricorn new moon is asking you to set new intentions, real ones, things that can actually evolve over time. Let's build your legacy. Let's set foundations. Whatever it is that you want to bring into physical reality, I suggest you get your affairs in order, because it's coming in now. Whatever it is that you've manifested over time is coming in to your physical reality. Capricorn season is about getting real, getting to the point. So we got real, now let's get to the point. And usually the point is taking some type of decisive action. So I'm going to pick a card where you pick your card. Now, if you sit here and listen to both cards regardless, that's up to you. But I want you to pick which card speaks to you, and that is your intentional message for the direction that you are going. Fair? Okay, let's get to it. We're going to start with Aries. Specifically for Aries risings, this new moon will be falling in your 10th house on the very, very edge. This is right before Aquarius season, but this new moon will be falling on the very edge, your house of career and public image, reputation, and outer extensions and assets. So anything in regards to that you would like to renew, grow, or help plant a seed within, then this is your time to shine. So let's see which direction you chose. So we have two crystals here. You have a rose quartz on my left side, and then on my right side you have this green jasper. Here, I'll give you a closer look. Okay, Aries, if you pick the rose quartz, then you got the card Soul Family. Soul Family says, call in your tribe. You do not have to do it alone. And I think this is definitely something very organic to 10th house energy, because even though it talks about career, workplace, things like that, or building an image, building some type of reputation, you need support and people for that to happen. Whether as you work with other people, people work for you, or whether it is a reputation, some type of authority structure, or authority figure, authority role, or whatever type of structure that you maintain in your life falls in your 10th house during Capricorn season. And it's just a reminder that you do not have to do it alone, as long as there are other people that align with you. Seeing here, I am seeing that unfortunately that isn't the case for you, and in some cases this may even have to do with people from your recent past or far past, even so much as childhood, where there were lots of lies and manipulation in regards to different perspectives in life and desires, I'm hearing. But whatever it is the case, the direction that you were going wasn't the same. And yeah, it's caused you to have a different outlook on life in a more jaded type of way, I would say. But that's what I'm getting. I would just clarify this briefly, but I do want to just get to the point. So hopefully that will be shown. But if we don't get there, you know where to find me at Libra Baby Y'all. So if this is resonating for you, or you have any more questions, contact me at Libra Baby Y'all. 2 7 of Swords. There's either someone lying to you or you are lying to yourself about you being able to maintain stability within this situation. It seems like something could possibly really take a toll on you if you don't choose to let anything that you cannot control go. If you can't control it, let it go. If you can, do something about it. If you don't want to, then walk away. Otherwise, stop trying to juggle. It's basically stop trying to juggle all things on your own. Basically know when to reach out. You're doing yourself more of a disservice by trying to do everything on your own, trying to show up in a particular way, trying to portray a certain type of image isn't going to be sustainable. You're not going to be able to withhold that mask. The mask is just dropping in front of you. It's no longer sustainable. So it's time for you to be the real you so that the real people can actually come in and support you. Otherwise, you're just going to keep ending up in the same cycles, same emotional patterns, and it's just doing yourself a disservice. Okay? Let's get to a point. Let's get to the point, okay? If you picked the green jade, this one's for you. I may have called this the green jasper, and if you corrected me, this might be why. Let's see what your card is. The Age of Light. You have been training for this for lifetimes. So obviously, if you know your shit about crystals more than I do, then you may have not seen this crystal in a long time. If I'm being honest, I just pulled it out of my little rag bag. So anyway, that's beyond the point. You have been training for this for lifetimes. So I'm curious, what has it been? What are you training for? What are you building? There's something that you want to build that, well, I'm about to get in your ass, so that's why I need to. I've been working on my approach lately. So listen. There's a situation you may have overgiven to, and now it has left you highly impacted. There's either something that you want that you're not getting, or something that you want that you feel like you do not deserve. Something that you want that you're not getting, or something that you want that you feel like you cannot get. But truth of the matter is, we're going to clarify. Got way blown out of proportion. I didn't even hit it that damn hard. But okay. There's like something that you're not aware of. Or not that you're not aware of. Possibly you're in the process of excuse me. Possibly you're in the process of, you're processing through something and you're figuring out how to extract the lesson from the situation. But it's got you in a very blocked, like you are you are emotionally avoidant from grasping said notions. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, then you know where to find me at Libra Baby Doll. Please tap in, because I hope that I'm trying to make this make sense. I'm trying to get to the point, and I understand that you want to too, but right now it just seems like things are kind of happening in mysterious ways, but this is now the time for you to nourish and open up to receiving new information, open up to receiving new offers. Not even new offers. I really can't say in the sense of newness. It's just something, this is something that you have discernment for. This is something that you have a deep knowing for. Now it's just time for you to integrate it. Now it's time for you to apply. Apply what you know. Apply what you know. Apply what it is that you know is true to you. And let that be the end of it. There's so much fear here of loss, of conflict, of change. But it's also what you're calling for. It's also what you're wanting. So in order to get that, there needs to be change. There needs to be a little bit of friction, because all things cannot stay the same. So it's time for you to figure out what it is that you want to continue to build. All right? Let's get to the point, okay? Let's get to the point. Yes. Again, this is for Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Overall, Aries, I would just like to say that wherever you go within your path, you will find the right people to support you. You will find the right people to guide you. You will find the right people to teach you. You will find the right people to learn from you. You will just find the right people. So, as long as you devote yourself to your standards and your values, there shouldn't be a problem. All right, Aries. Have a nice one. This is for Taurus sun, moon, and specifically rising, as this will be falling in your ninth house of philosophy and social beliefs. This can be about religion, philosophy, spiritual beliefs, your own beliefs, or just your way of life, exploration, higher education, traveling, long distance, cultural investments. I don't know, babe. Anything that you want is very expansive, is ruled by Jupiter, and you have Capricorn there. So this is about how you can expand your identity in a more spiritual and philosophical way. This is about expanding your energy outward to seek more knowledge and connect more dots. So I'm asking you to make a choice. All right, you have the path of clear quartz on my left, and then you have the path of, y'all, please don't, please, just look at it. I'm gonna just have you look at it, okay? It's a red stone. I want to call it red jasper, but I've been throwing the word jasper out there like it was a boomerang, and it's been knocking me inside my head. So I'm gonna just have you look at it, okay? Y'all, please do not judge me about my crystals. I got my well-known crystals, you feel me, that I always have beside me, and then I have a bunch of crystals that I have acquired in my red sack. And I've been picking one of my well-known ones and one of what's ever in my red sack. And yeah, they're beautiful, but I obviously have not connected to them as much as I need to. So, you know, maybe that's just a path. Maybe that will help you pick your path today. Is there something that you are not so experienced in and you're willing to seek out? Or something that you clearly are familiar with? Let's see. Hi Taurus, if you picked the clear quartz, I got a clear message for you. You got the card Break the Chain, Ancestral Patterns, Healing, Rewriting the Future. If you want to rewrite the future, Taurus, you have to be clear. You have to be clear. This comes in terms of avoidance, because this is written within you, and now it's time for you to rewrite it. And so avoiding it or stressing over it to the point of burnout or overworking it isn't helping to break the chain. There's definitely something in regards to getting clear and not just speaking about it, but being about it. There's a lack of accountability here. I'm gonna clarify this. I'm gonna clarify this before I'm trying to get to the point, but I'm not getting anywhere. I'm hearing the words heal out loud. It's time to heal out loud. I feel like, okay. It's coming back to me. Ooh, y'all lost me for like a while. I'm sorry. I did not know where I went for a second. Okay. This is saying heal out loud. heal out loud. We almost lost you to the silence. Heal out loud. Okay? The silence almost wrecked you. Nobody knew you were suffering. Nobody. And you were on the verge of giving up. You had no other solutions. Nothing. You just wanted to. I feel too strong to go any further. I feel too strong of a emotion to go any further into what it is that I feel. But it's painful. But there's a need to heal out loud. And if you want to dig deeper into how that is done, please reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll, and we would do this together. Because just as hard as it took me to get to that, I understand. But that's my advice to you. Okay? It's time to get clear as to what your needs are and what it is that you expect. Because this is you healing out loud, and this is you breaking the chain. Okay? Alright, Taurus, if you pick this beautiful unnamed red stone, then this one's for you. And I like it because I think you're a little risque. I don't know what the card says, but I think it has just what you need. It says, I'm going to attempt to say the actual word in the message. Pleiades. And the message is double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. So you on a double mission right now. Besides what you think you're doing on the earthly realm, Taurus, you are doing something in the spirit realm as well. So let's see what your double mission is. Oh, so that's how you feel. We got three queens: Queen of Cups, Queen of Swords, Queen of Wands. You are building an arsenal, madam. An arsenal of creativity, intellect, and emotional capacity. But you are quite hesitant on starting a new creative beginning, a new creative project, start of something. You're afraid to open. I don't want to say you're afraid. There's just there's a closed door here, and it's not that you don't have the key. It's that it came out with the Queen of Swords. It's actually being you're very defensive against it, against what this new endeavor is. And I'm curious. So let's clarify. If you're not willing to expend your energy outward, well, how are you supposed to connect and uplift humanity, Madam Sire? if you don't expand your energy. You like, there's too many overly opinionated people, audacious people out there, and I don't got the time for it, nor the energy. I'd rather sit this one out and keep it all to me. But you do have some offers. You do have some offers. I'm trying to understand how this is a double mission. Yeah, something very spiritual. Something very spiritual. Or it's just an intuitive knowing to you. This may be something, you may be teaching someone something, quite literally. At this point, you are someone's teacher. They look at you with very high regard. They look at you to be very passionate and affectionate. They look at you to be very emotionally available, and also receptible. They're looking for you to make honest decisions about what is true to you and true to your being and worth. But it seems whatever it is energetically, it's like whatever is new out there, you're not willing to explore it. Interesting. And you gave a why. You definitely did. You said there's just too much going on out there and you don't got the time for it. And that's all too fair. So as a person of agreement, we can agree to that. Shit. Okay? But if you ever want to dig into this deeper or you have any extra questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll, because I'm curious. I am super curious as to what it is. Oh, what's up? Anyway, I hope that resonated for you. You know where to find me if it does. If it do, I just want to sound cool. Okay. Taurus, it seems that no matter what it is that you do, there is a transformation that is underway. And it's going to be deep, and it's going to be internal, and it's going to radiate externally when it's ready to shine. So, with that being said, use every piece of knowledge and wisdom that you've gained during this journey to help integrate you through to your next season. Thank you. This is for Gemini Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be falling on the right edge of intimacy, death, and rebirth for you. So you have two decisions, two paths. Which one will you take? Will you take the lapis lazuli in my left hand, or will you take this green, or will you take this green, unnamed, beautiful stone in my right hand? Need a closer look? You got it. Lapis lazuli, green, unnamed stone. Which one you taking? Okay, Gemini. One thing that I love about the 8th house is that it gets to the point. It's about sex. intimacy. It's about death and rebirth. It's about merging of things, the coming together of things. So let's see which direction you choose. Okay, Gemini, if you chose the lapis lazuli, then this is your message. You got the card of protection. It says, call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. All right. So as for your message, you have a lot of past memories, emotions, experiences that are just lingering. They're lingering. But within that, there is something to learn. There is a shift in perspective. Something here seems a little isolating, maybe lonely, but ultimately it's to get a full perspective on the situation. There seems to be a sense of vulnerability within this state, but it is a major shift into working you into helping you work smarter instead of harder. This is about integrating lessons. Actually, if I want to be astrologically speaking, the Hangman is ruled by Pisces, the Hermit is ruled by Virgo. They are on an axis together. So it shows an opposition to being able to balance both the spiritual and the physical realm of integrating the knowledge in those ways. It seems to be an openness within spiritual, there seems to be a spiritual openness to receiving information, but there seems to be a resistance to the more practical way of integrating those the knowledge. The Hermit is about functioning in a practical way through known experience, through known wisdom. It's about inner wisdom, inner guidance. It's about actual physical experiences and things, and inner knowledges and inner acknowledgement and discernment, and being able to use that as your internal light in a physical manner to help guide you forward. So whilst there's an openness to spiritual enlightenment regarding this past situation, this past life situation, there is a subtle resistance to obtaining that knowledge in a practical way. So I'm just going to clarify this for you, but if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. The word oxymoron, like I want to use it in some type of way when I look at these cards. You have wish fulfillment, but then you have scarcity and survival. You have, literally it says happiness at the top of the card and worry. So there's like a spiritual happiness, an intuitive happiness here, especially when it comes to your perspective on life. But in a physical manner, there's still a lack mentality. There's still a sense of scarcity. And emotions connect to your feminine receptivity of intuition. There's a lot of happiness and success, wish fulfillment, emotional fulfillment, self-confidence, self-esteem, self-pride, and self-fulfillment. 9 is about the self. But 5 is about conflict, and 5 is about change, difficulties like conflict. But in this sense, in a physical manner, which I'm associating with the Hermit for sure, as it's an earth sign. But this is a lack mentality, feeling as if there's a lack of time, lack of energy, effort, resources, finances, whatever it is that you feel like you lack on a physical manner. Feeling abandoned, feeling neglected, feeling left out, or feeling like if someone were to pay your way, it would be out of pity, out of spite. There's this guardedness, and it's not allowing you to open up to new possibilities of inclusiveness. If that's resonating for you, or you like to dig deeper, you know where to find me. Okay, Gemini, if you pick this lovely, unnamed green stone, then this one's for you. This card says, don't dim to fit in. And it asks you, how are you dimming your light in order to fit in? Let's ask, shall we? You made me do something I normally don't do, and I'm okay with it. I liked how it made me feel. That's you. That's your light shining on through. So this is what I saw. The first card that fell out. Okay, I can see how it relates to the collective of Gemini. But in this sense, you are stuck in the past. It may be in a negative way. In this sense, it may be negative. Why did I want to say a negative upbringing? Or negative friends. They may have been childhood friends. Something within the childhood here just wasn't safe. Maybe you didn't feel safe emotionally expressing yourself when you were a child. So this is probably where this is stemming from. But the reason you made me do something I don't really do. I don't really just like flip the deck and stuff like that. I usually let the cards fall out. But it was speaking to me in the first card that came out is the High Priestess. The second card under is the Chariot. They're both ruled by Cancer. And regardless of the fact, they're both ruled by the moon, which means there is some hidden knowledge within you on a very deep and spiritual level, and you are deeply spiritually guided and protected in whatever manner you decide to take that, literally, and whoever you decide to include into that, however you decide to expand out of that. Okay, so this is about expanding your energy outward, but having a plan on how to be more inclusive. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it to myself. Watch at the end of this video when I just give Gemini an overall message, because I will have seen both cards. But you know what? You are the light. You are the lead, it seems. You have the vision. So don't dim your light, because you need to be able to see where you're going. Yeah, everything was pretty self-explainable here, but I will clarify on the Six of Cups for you. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? I will take these cards. I will take these cards because of how they fell out. I don't know how else I couldn't do that on my own. I couldn't do that by myself. But yeah, it's, oh, there's more. There's a lot. There's a lot. Okay. The lack of planning and stability within a situation has led you to a point of exhaustion. You're overburdened, you're overwhelmed, and now you are sitting in a transitional period. It feels a little bit like limbo. It feels like nothing's moving, but nothing's stopping either, if I can give it a momentum. But overall, there seems to be a lot of overwhelmment. In regards to rebuilding this stability. It feels like you're putting efforts into rebuilding stability here, possibly to become more adaptive. To different scenarios, and you're learning how to integrate those lessons into and processing those things so they don't roll over into more situations. So stop dimming your light to fit in. You know which direction you're headed in, and that's all that matters. Huh? We got to the point. I really feel like it, though. I really feel like it. Overall, Gemini, I'm seeing that establishing better boundaries, establishing firmer boundaries will get you very far in life. But it'll also teach you who are you keeping behind those boundaries and who are you keeping within. This includes you, your feelings, your values, and everything that you care for, and want to sustain inside and keeping what isn't sustainable out and finding your way through it. I hope that helps. All right, Cancer. So this is for Cancer, Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be falling in your 7th house of relationships, partnerships, marriage, union, all the cutesy Venus stuff. I'm happy you're here. I'm very Venetian, if you can't tell. But yes, so this is about starting new beginnings within realms of that, but not just any type of new beginnings. Stable, grounded, practical, structural, foundational relationships. Let me remind you that a relationship is formed by two people, and that can either be romantic, platonic, family, or career. This usually falls in a more intimate type of relationship as far as partnerships, but things in those categories also tend to get very unionized in their own type of way. So take whatever resonates and pick a card. Which one is calling to you? Do you like this heart-shaped carnelian in my left hand? Or are you drawn to this black tourmaline in my right hand? What? You need a closer look, if you say so. Heart-shaped carnelian, black tourmaline. Choose your poison. Okay, let's get started, Cancer. I didn't expect this card to be turned upside down, but it was. Maybe you're failing to do what it says to do on this card. Let me read it for you. So if you picked the heart-shaped carnelian, then your card says, playlist. I swear to you, I said this earlier. Maybe the name's not important, but the message is double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. So you need to be doing double time right now and making sure that whilst you're doing whatever you're doing, what you're doing, when you're doing it, you're also uplifting and channeling the collective of humanity. Are you tapped in, Cancer? I hope you are. This moon is not about you. You had your full moon at the beginning of this month. This is a new moon in Capricorn. Whilst the moon is ruled by you, it is not being illuminated by anything. So there needs to be more. There needs to be an intention set as we set ourselves into new territory going into Aquarius season. But this card says double mission, channeling and uplifting humanity. Maybe there's a message that is here for you to help get you started. This Six of Cups has been flying out. There's a lot of past life interference, I'm guessing, happening right now. But yeah, possibly some type of wish has been fulfilled that you've been wishing for maybe since you were a kid, or something that you remember that you wanted to grow up into, and now you've grown up into that space. There's something that is definitely very happy here. You are very happy here, but there is definitely an ignored lesson. An ignored lesson, or a resistance to commitment, a resistance to like having value in something. Yeah, there's like what it is that you have acquired. You're very happy about it. You have a lot of happy memories and experiences and a lot of success, and it gives you a lot of confidence. But you're very stubborn, huh? Yeah. What is it? You're not. Yeah. You're not ready to commit. You're not ready to commit. Either you're feeling like you don't have enough to offer, or whatever it is that you're committing to isn't a worthy offer for you. I see your stubbornness, Cancer, because I was wondering why that card was left upside down. It didn't even need to be like that. It don't need to be like that at all. When it comes out like that, I don't read those cards like that. And why it come out like that? Let me clarify this. You want your cake and to eat it too. If that's what it is, then just say that. If that's what it is, then just say that. But don't sit here and say that this is making you happy and this is what you've been wishing for a long time and all this other stuff, when you can't sit down and stay disciplined in what it is that you value and hold boundaries in regards to any type of confusion that you have around your discipline and your consistency to be able to show up for this commitment. So I feel like this card is telling me you're actually living a double life. The name didn't even matter. It was how it was presented to me. And now I'm calling you out. Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. If that's not the case, and I'm just talking ish, you know where to find me. Okay, tell me. But there is just a confusion here of pouring yourself out too thin. You have poured yourself out too thin. You're being split into too many directions emotionally. That's not going to be sustainable to anything. Find your seed, plant it and water it, and that's what you should tend to. That's what you should continue to tend to. If that's what it is that you are wanting. It's not a necessity. Again, you seem very happy, you seem very content with what it is that you have built. It may have been from nothing. It may have been from little. I don't know your story. How about you tell me? I hope this resonated in some way for you, and I hope I didn't trigger you. But it is what it is. Sometimes we gotta press those buttons. You feel me? So yeah. What's the point? What's the point of it all if you can't even What's the point of it all if you can't even ball? Right. Alright, Cancer. If you picked the black tourmaline, then this is for you. So, I'm just gonna say, when I first got this deck, I was so excited to get it because it resembled a lot of decks that I was seeing trending on my For You page of different readers. Anyway, I didn't automatically connect to this deck for many reasons, and one of them was the literature on it and just certain symbolisms in spiritual and religious annotations, okay? And so with that, I'm just gonna say have an open mind about different religions and where it is that you are connecting to me from. I personally am a very spiritual person. I am not Christian based, or I honestly am just not religious in that sense. So again, take what resonates, leave what doesn't. I am going to read what's on the card, but the message I feel speaks the loudest. They're telling me I don't have to say the name, and I just said a whole bunch of hoopla. Either way, the message is what matters. And it says, seeding the light, laying foundations, divine plan. So you are nourishing the seeds you have planted, and things are now aligning in divine timing because you have laid the foundation for things to arise and evolve for you. That's exciting. Why am I giving you a reading? Okay. Congratulations. I'm happy for you, and I'm proud of you. I see. You got everything that you need. You really do, but you are a passionate and affectionate person, a real go-getter, should I say here. But there is just one little thing that you lack. One little thing. And it seems to be someone who's more emotionally available and or receptive. And you know, this speaking from your 7th house Cancer rising specifically is quite on point. So I understand. You know, you got the foundation and now it's time to expand. Okay. Well, what are we gonna do about that? I guess we will clarify. you're sitting in a space of emotional stagnancy. You see the opportunities, but you're not willing to reach out for them. Not with extra effort, at least, or enthusiasm. You are slightly excited. You're content with what it is that you've created, but it's not fulfilling in that sense. And you know, we can keep going deeper with this, but my question is to you, let's get to the point. So what is the point? If you know what it is that you want, but you are sitting in this space of avoidance, apathy, cold-heartedness, whatever the case is, even if it is possibly your attention being split elsewhere or just in places that it doesn't belong, more so because it's experiences, memories, or relationships that have already been long due course. It has you very emotionally blocked to any potential or new potential emotional connection. You are connected. You are either heavily connected to too many things, too many emotions, too many experiences, too many people, or you are emotionally stagnant, where there is no fluidity within how you express your emotions or how you connect with people. So take that into account in regards to this. If that resonated or you have any extra questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. Thank you. Let's get to the point. Like, what? Hi, Cancer. After viewing both directions, I can see collectively you may be a little intimately challenged or avoidant, and that is okay. It is perfectly fine to know and be discerning of who it is and what it is that you are allowing around you and into your space. Just know that you are divinely guided and protected in many ways that are unseen and unknown. And that's it. This is for Leo, Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be falling in your 6th house of functionality and daily routines. So if you would like to plan new intentions and goals around the way that you devote your time, energy, and efforts into your daily functions and routines, then pick a card. Which direction are you going? Are you going towards this amethyst in my left hand? Or are you more of a tiger's eye? Am I right? What? You want to see them closer? All right. Amethyst in my left, tiger's eye in my right. Now that I mention it, this is actually your birthstone, right? This is actually interesting. I blindly picked the tiger's eye out of my bag. I handpicked the amethyst. I feel like the amethyst was called calling to me for this reading. But now that I'm thinking about it, amethyst is actually Aquarius, tiger's eye, Leo. Aquarius, very much in the spiritual realm. Leo, very much in the prideful realm. I did not purposely do that, but I like how it's playing out. So basically, I do have a message of, are you going to stay within familiarity? Are you going to stay within familiar zones? Are you going to expand outward to your intuitive insights? I'm not saying those are the decisions that you're making by choosing the stone that you choose, but it's highly symbolic to know which the stones mean. And I didn't put these together in that way, not on purpose. So the fact that it came out like this really surprises me. And so I have to speak up about it. So Leo, let's get into your reading. All right, Leo, if you chose the amethyst, then this reading is for you. This card says the initiation, rite of passage, crossing the threshold. I just want to say that this is only the beginning, but you have made it through. You've just stepped foot into a new, possible unknown territory. This was not set up this way, I promise. So let's see what the message is around it. I'm getting these cards very sideways. I know my knee just kind of pushed it, but it was sideways too. Even coming out. So 2 cards are in challenge position. I can't see them yet, so I'm not gonna look at them. I'm looking at the one that has shown itself to me, and it's the Knight of Cups, but it's in the reverse. This is a lack of consistency, emotional consistency, in building an emotional repertoire. This is in a sense withholding your emotions, or only operating at a certain frequency when it comes to that. There's something that you are holding back emotionally, and it possibly has to do with you actually speaking up about it, like it's a conversation or something like that you have to speak about in regards to this. But there's just like a lack of effort here emotionally. So let's see what's in these challenges. The Emperor and the Knight of Wands. Stability can be very challenging right now, or standing in a place of authority, in a place of power, in a place of empowerment, being the person to call the shots and actually initiate, whether that's change, direction, purpose, whatever it is very challenging to obtain the position there. It's like the throne isn't fully available, but a reminder that this is only the beginning. So that's why also this Knight of Wands is very challenging, because there's a sense of impatience. There's a sense of you, I'm hearing FOMO, honestly, if you have fucking FOMO, but there's like a sense of impatience here, of wanting to pretty much rush into things, but you're not fully, or at least in this sense, emotionally prepared. You have a lot of energy. There's a lot of motivation behind motivation, impulse, some type of momentum. I want to roll back to motive. There's a motive here that you're looking to fulfill or to rush towards into the situation or into this place of empowerment. And it's very challenging for you, but it seems like this is something you've had to, in a sense, there's a lot of past experiences that shaped and molded you. I would just say give you character development. In some sense, it wasn't easy. And it wasn't cute. In fact, it was very dreadful, harsh, painful, whatever it is, but it ended, and now you're pulling your way out of it. And now you're in the beginning of walking into your new beginning, your new place of empowerment, to sit in this role, to sit in a place of authority, very protective, very providing energy, and very secure, ultimately. So let's get some clarity, especially with this Knight of Cups and Knight of Wands. There's a lot of exploration within the realms, within possible desires, and within your relationships or within your emotional realm, and how it affects you in a passionate or creative way. So yeah, let's get some clarity, because I'm confused. I must say it just because the top of the card says it, but take however it resonates. There is interference. But hear me out. This is coming from inside. Honestly, it's up here. Eight of Swords is a mental limitation that interferes with you being able to take action in things, initiate things. This is the initiation. Explore things, expand into things. And so while this is you against you, it comes out to this Six of Wands where you feel rejected, where you feel defeated. I could go deeper. If you want me to, reach out to me at Libra Doll. If this resonated for you, if you have any other questions, you know where to find me. Yeah, I want to get to the point, but I think we already know where this will lead us. So take me there. Take me through there. Take me through there. Because that's exactly where you're doing. You're at the threshold. Keep on going. It's only the beginning. Good morning, Leo. I recorded over 4 hours of footage. And I just edited over 6 hours. I don't know. Probably 5 hours of footage. And I got through the entire Zodiac with 2 cards laying out. But for you, I only read 1 card. Now, to my excuse, it was really late. Like, late. When I was doing those readings, by the time I got to you and I finished with Virgo that night, because I just could not keep going. So I'm gonna use that as my excuse, but I swore I thought that I read the cards for you, but I didn't read the second card, and I have no idea what the second card even said in that original reading, because I was purposely not trying to look at the messages just in case something like this would happen. I do not want to be like totally biased to a message. So I have no idea what this path has entitled for you, but I guess this is the best time to do it. So, oh my goodness, I am deeply sorry for forgetting this. Like, this completely throws off my entire video. It's already has been documented over multiple days, but now it's like multiple days through editing, and then after editing I have to still put in some additional work. Okay, that's all right. That's okay. Leo, if you pick the Tiger's Eye, which this is your birthstone, this reading is specifically for you. It always was, always will be, but it's specifically for you. So yeah, this will be like a very individualized, very original experience just for you, Leo. Just because, I'm sorry, I did not mean to forget about this. Give me 1 card. Yo, that card came out upside down, and it has the word unbound. Okay, so the card Unbound, it says releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. Trying to rethink about the other card, making sure it's not the same message, but let's dig into it. What is the point? What's the point about unbounding from old dead weight and past contracts, patterns, cycles, and lives? What's the point of that? I wonder what. No, like quite literally, like, yo, y'all got to the point. I love that for us. I love that for us. Okay. We have the Fool and the Eight of Swords here. This is playing, I mean, the reading is very fluid all over the board. It's spilled over into everything. Like, you are very clear. And I feel like, okay, so I recorded all of the other footage at least 2-3 days ago, right? And so the thing about me doing it 2-3 days forward now, especially, you know, it was a whole different energy 2-3 days back. You've had 2-3 days of mental processing, you know, or emotional processing, spiritual processing. That's a lot, especially in the spiritual realm. But like when you are able to be like have that sense of awareness and be able to connect to it like that, that 2 or 3 days is nothing. Like you come to that like realization very quickly, it seems like. But yeah, it says unbound. The Fool is taking that leap of faith. It is starting a new beginning, going into unknown territories, and stepping into a place of uncertainty with a sense of freedom, with a sense of enthusiasm, with this, hello? Like I was saying, having a sense of freedom and enthusiasm to be able to navigate new terrains. So it's a very exciting time for you, and it's a time for you to actually rely on your ability to adapt. I know I'm talking to a fixed sign, but fixed signs in their own way have the ability to withhold change. Like they have the ability to let me see. The only reason I'm stumped on asking you to adapt is because you are a big sign. The adaptability comes from mutable signs. And so I want you to be able to operate out of your own frequency. But I do want to point out that Eight of Swords is here pointing at a mental, quite literal, mental entanglement, but this talks about like a mental cage, mental limitations, negative self-talk, beliefs, and opinions, but it's on a self-inflicted level. So it's like setting yourself free from this mental enslavement that you have put yourself in. So you are unbinding yourself from your own self-inflicted negative this mental cage you've submitted yourself to. So yeah, sorry that the mic dying kind of threw me off my momentum. I really had it going here because I'm not liking what I'm seeing, but I'm liking that, you know, it's all very cohesive with its message. And so that's what I'm seeing here at the bottom of the deck is this Two of Cups, which is a emotional exchange between two people or just within yourself, being able to balance like your inner emotional like fluctuations and things like that. But I have a sense, I don't know, Two of Cups tends to represent a relationship. So remembering that relationships are formed by two people, so romantic, platonic, family, career. But in this case, it's anything that is emotionally connective, in that sense. And right now, it's just like not, in this sense, in this relationship, you're not seeing eye to eye emotionally. You have a disconnect with that emotional exchange here. And so let's get some clarity, to kind of clear up this confusion that you have yourself surrounded in. So I'm seeing a challenge here. This card has come out completely sideways, and that is when I read this in a challenging way. The Four of Wands, which is about togetherness, is about an energetic foundation that you build to include other people. It comes in a form of like a milestone, some type of completion of a milestone for you, but it's in a challenging position. So it's challenging to get beyond this point, to get to this end goal, to get to this finish line here. And this card here is the Temperance, which is actually the card of divine timing, which tells you to trust the process. This is the time to find healthier ways to redirect your energy from what is going on behind the scenes. Whatever is being worked on behind the scenes, will unfold before you when it's due time. But this is about balancing your intentions. There's already a knowing of what you do not want anymore and what it is that you do want. So this is about focusing on like watering your own garden right now. Like the grass is only greener where you water it. And right now, this is you stepping onto new terrain. So try figuring out what that new landscape needs in order to be nourished so that you can stabilize your foundation here. We got the Emperor at the bottom of the deck, so you are definitely taking charge. You are definitely initiating in some type of way and taking order in some type of way. And I love seeing like this come out over time, especially after doing the initial past, present, future reading, because this just tells me that you are going throughout your course very swiftly and with ease. I'm not saying that it's easy, but it's just like it's very aligned here. And yeah, that's pretty much your card on this side, Tiger's Eye. But you do get a special card as well, aside from the collective from that night. And it says leap. It says leap, leap. You go first. The universe will catch you. And that's literally the Fool card here. And that's why it like got me excited, because it just is very cohesive. Take the leap. You go first. You take charge, the Emperor. You go first. And whatever is misaligned, whatever is disconnected, maybe it's just time for you to unbind from it. Quite literally. Like if I show you this card, Eight of Swords, she is binded up. She is all tied up. But it's in a matter of her mind, and the interpretation is that it's loose binds, and it's something that she can untangle herself. It's limiting, and restrictive types of thoughts, opinions, even conversations, but it's in terms of self-inflicted limitations. So you have a way to wiggle yourself out of this, and it's all a matter of you trying. It's all a matter of you opening your eyes to different routes. There's still room. There's still a little wiggle room for new beliefs, new opinions, new thoughts, and that's in that way. So take your time. Don't rush the process. Don't try to force the outcome or outcomes of things. Just allow it to all fall into place when it's necessary, where it's necessary. And that is my message for you, Leos. So I hope that this resonates with you. This video will actually be uploaded by the end of today, January 18th, which is the day of the new moon in Capricorn. So happy new moon. And again, forgive me for forgetting. Okay, bye. Overall, Leo, I can say that this is definitely a time for you to devote some time, effort, and resources that keeps everything functioning. It's not going to function without you. Take all of that and invest it in you. This is about physical investments into you. So take all the time that you need to rest, recover, replenish, and repeat. Hello. This is for my Virgo sun, moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon will be falling in your 5th house of creativity and self-expression. So this new moon for you is a new way to initiate creative projects and how to expand your modes of fun, your hobbies, the way you express yourself, and who you express yourself with. That's pretty exciting. So I hope you set some wise intentions. But there's still a decision to be made. So pick a card. Will you be going towards the opal in my left hand? Or are you more inclined to the fluorite in my right hand? Now for you, okay, these are a little small, so I'll make sure to come a little close so you can get a good look. I got opal in my left, fluorite in my right. Which one? Take your pick. Okay. If you were called towards the opal, then this message is for you. You have the card Unbound, releasing soul patterns, contracts, and past lives. I'll admit, this is the first time this card has come out since I've been doing this. You guys are only the 6th Zodiac, but there's definitely a theme of past life interference. So, I mean, I know we're all working through things, and we're getting towards the end of an astrological new year. We're getting to the beginning of a new astrological new year. We're getting to the end of this astrological year. especially right after this new moon, we enter Aquarius season, and then we have Pisces season, and Aries brings it back up. So let's get you unbound from whatever it is you're entangled with so that you can flourish by spring. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it there because I hate to tell you, they want me to go more. Fine. I hate to tell you, this tower keeps following this collective of Virgos. And you're probably looking like, well, you keep telling me it's gonna fall when it's gonna fall. Child, that is not my decision to make. But I can tell you this. You know what, before, let me get some clarity. There's a message here, but there's no need to point it out. It's what's the point, right? When the tower falls, you already have a practical foundation to start building again. You already have the creative energy to create what it is that you want. So I'm gonna leave it with this. This is gonna be short, simple, and sweet, my Virgos, because I see that this is just an internal battle. You against you, you against your past. Don't get me wrong, your past was painful. It was unstable, or it has caused instability within your present life. But you know what is stable, you know what is secure, and you know what you have invested your time, energy, and resources into. You know what it is you value and how you would like to protect that. So, unbind. Unbind from whatever it is that is restricting you, whether that be your own thoughts and opinions, whether that be someone else's, whether that be your mental obsession over what happened within your situation, or your physical instability and insecurity. Whatever that is, whatever doesn't serve you, serve your purpose, whatever doesn't, shoot, this is 5th house energy. Whatever it is, doesn't make you happy, joyful, and want to express yourself with pride, get rid of it. Let it go. It's not part of this new chapter that you are building in your life. Obviously. But it's time to let it go. You're clinging on it too tightly. And I'm mostly afraid, as your friend and advisor, I'm mostly afraid that if you don't let it go quick enough, it's going to affect more than what it has already contaminated. And I'll just leave it at that. You know where to find me if you have any more questions or if this is resonating with you and you would like to dig deeper at Libra Baby Doll. Okay, Virgo, if you were drawn to the Florites, the little itty bitty guy, then this reading is for you. You have the card, Break the Chain, Ancestral Patterns, Healing, Rewriting the Future. Okay, we breaking curses, breaking chains, breaking generational patterns. Let's tap into the message. There always has to be a message. Okay, this is the second time I've done something like that because I just felt so connected to the message. The message here for you, Virgo, is basically saying that you are not aligning with misinformation anymore. You're not aligning with a lack of discernment or knowledge about a situation. I had an initial message and then it went away. Why the hell did I hear she don't want no puppy? She want big dog. Like, ooh, take that how it resonates. Because I'm seeing, we got Page of Swords in the reverse, but we got a King of Swords. And like, I don't, okay. But I'm hearing you are hoping that someone can kind of, I'm saying someone because I'm seeing a king and a queen and a 2 of Cups here. So take this how it resonates. This may involve a relationship. This may involve in some way, somehow, an emotional connection. Okay. But where I was going with this is finding someone on the same frequency to help lift off any of to help lift the heavy weight, to help release the burden of different types of conflicts and engagements in life. I'm hearing finding someone to silence the noise. We got the Queen of Wands here. Queen of Wands, she's a creator in her own energy. She's very passionate, and I'm sorry. how she's looking at him. Very charming, very magnetizing, very sensual. In nature is the Queen of Wands, and she's just receptive to creative and passionate energy. By all means, she maintains an essence of energetic radiance. Okay, this King of Swords, he's very intellectual, he's very structured and disciplined, and he has a plan. Okay. Y'all be giving me everything and nothing at the same time. Everything and nothing at the same time. And then Four of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. You are holding on to something, or you're saving something, saving up for something, building something. You know, you're not really extending it outwards as much, but it's stable, it's secure. But this is telling me all about a lack of curiosity within this relationship. If I must say that this is a relationship, and I don't typically like making any of my readings relationship oriented, but I gotta say what I gotta say. What comes out comes out. And a relationship is formed by two people. It can either be romantic, platonic, familial, or career. In this sense, it's an energetic or an emotional exchange between I didn't get this specific with nobody else, so I'm not getting no more specific. I said what I said earlier. And it's between this it's within this connection, there's a lack of curiosity, there's a lack of knowledge, a lack of discerning, a lack of knowing, a lack of yearning. I'm heavy on that because there is something that it's a pattern that needs to be broken. And maybe me sounding like a broken record would help. But in some way or somehow, don't know how we got here, but some way, somehow, connecting to this person in this manner helps lift some weight off of somebody's shoulders. I would guess it would be you, Virgo, since this is your reading. But it may come with some extra conflict, external conflict. Yeah, let's clarify. I don't even really mean to make this too long, but let's clarify. It can be internal conflict, or it may have been some type of argument. Harsh words were thrown out for sure, but it's like in this case, there were no winners. May have gotten the last word in, but ultimately, actually, hell yeah. The Justice card, that's Libra at the bottom of the deck, the Justice card. So justice has been served. Justice has been served. Whatever it is, conflict, arguments, altercation, drama is, justice will be served. That's all I will say, and that's where I will leave it, because we've gone in too deep with this, too far, but now it's time to break the chain, okay? And if you want to learn how to do that and tap in with me deeper, you know where to reach me at Libra Baby Doll, of course. So meet me there. All right. Good morning, Libra. How are you? This is for Libra Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be in your house of home and family. So quite literally the structure of your physical home and everything underneath regarding your family or even your external family. Home and family is going to be impacted by this new moon. So if you want to utilize the new moon's energy, this is really good to set new intentions, new goals, new hobbies, new activities, anything new that creates structure and discipline within the home and family. Capricorn season is about generational wealth and legacy. What do you want to last? The choice is yours, so now pick a card. You have the choice between the lapis lazuli in my left hand or this unknown, unnamed, mysterious crystal in my right hand. This crystal has a story, and so does your reading, Libra. This is like my third take. I had did a first video. I did a video to restart. I did Aries through Virgo, and then I had to take a break, and then now I'm gonna do Libra through Pisces. And I had started, but then I got interrupted midway through, and so I just kind of lost my momentum with the readings, and so here I am to complete them. Mind you, when I had first started the Libra reading, this crystal came out of this bag. This is my bag of crystals, but I'm not super familiar with any of them. And then I have on the side here a pile of crystals that I am more familiar with, and that's what I've been switching up with. Anyway, this one particularly, I picked it out before I had started the last Libra reading, and I have put it back because I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to be doing what I'm doing now. I put it back, scrambled around in there. There's other little size, like shapes and stuff like that in here, and I scrambled around again, and I picked it up again. So I was like, okay, I obviously have to do the reading with this. And again, I had started the reading, didn't finish it, and I never even got to the card where this crystal sits. But I was going to tell the story of how it needs a certain center of gravity or it just rolls off. Anyway, it's back again. Yes, I scrambled around. This is, and yet it found me again. So I hope the messages are similar. Let's get into it. What's the point? Okay, what's the point? So, are you called towards the lapis lazuli or the mystery unknown crystal? Need a closer look. I can understand that. This one's a little interesting. In my left is the lapis lazuli. In the right is my mystery crystal. Take your pick. Okay, Libra. If you pick the lapis lazuli, this is your reading. I thought these cards came out upside down. I think both of them are upside down. And to me, that actually plays a part because I was not shuffling them upside down at all. So this question, or this card says, Star Mother, how can you mother yourself? This is, you don't actually have to be an actual mother or a woman to resonate with this card, but this is how do you nourish yourself? How do you replenish yourself? Really, the devotion that you take to take care of yourself. If this is about home and family, this is how do you embrace a more softer and feminine role within your home and family. This is about being more receptive and empathetic of understanding yourself in that way will benefit you in understanding the other people under your roof in that way. And it's basically more instinctual in that sense, and not like performative in a way where you're having to overcompensate, overgive, and make different assumptions and things like that, when you can really tap in and tune in to your own awareness. So how can you mother yourself? How can you nurture yourself? How can you tend to your needs so that everyone else that possibly rely on you in that way can also see you support yourself? It will help them better regulate their necessities. So let's answer the question, shall we? How can you mother yourself? When I started this reading yesterday, a different card was here, a different stone was here, but I think it implied the same message. And as a Libra sun and moon with strong Libra placements, it does play an effect for me. I'm a different rising, so this falls in a different house for me, but it doesn't disregard the fact that my sun and moon, my joy and pride and my emotions and intuition are still connected to my home and family in this way. So a different card, different stone had come out. I still didn't get to this side yet in the beginning of the previous reading, and the message was similar, and so that's why I generalized it. The message on the card said, where are you being called to journey to? And whether this is a journey through motherhood, parenthood, or just a bigger home responsibility, family responsibility, or being shifted in positions and roles within the home and family, I feel like it just plays that part in general. So let's see what comes out. That was a little chaotic. First card out that I see is the Ten of Pentacles. It's in the reverse. Ten of Pentacles. Ten of Pentacles is the epitome of generational wealth, generational success, blessings, foundational wealth, legacy. It is like Capricorn. The reputation, the structure, the discipline, within a household, within a generation, within a family tree. But it's in the reverse, so there's shaky, unstable foundations in this sense, and it involves the need to be able. So fourth house is ruled over Cancer, which is the moon, which is the mother. So this plays so deeply into that, of how can you nourish yourself and meet the required needs so that you can be able to capacitate that. You can be able to share that in a manner that it does not drain you and that you're not neglecting yourself either. So these cards flew out pretty much all over the place. I wanted to point that out. But yeah, we have the Page of Wands and the King of Cups. King of Cups is in the reverse. Page of Wands is a new endeavor, a new adventure, a new chapter It's looking at something with a sense of excitement, renewed expectations, you know? But the King of Cups, the kings ultimately have all of they know better. They just know better. King of Cups knows better. He's a provider and protector, and he takes action in the realms of emotional needs and having the maturity to allow his King of Cups in this position is not a safe person to express your emotional needs to. This person isn't capable of navigating their emotions, let alone yours. So if this is you not being able to, this is you allowing your emotions to take that, allowing your emotions to navigate through a situation in not the healthiest way, in a more manipulative way, because this is cups, this is water, this is emotions. So this is a person who has the ability, has the power and the authority to take on the capacity of emotions, but either not willing to, or resisting, or completely neglecting those things, those emotional needs, and taking action in those, providing direction and clarity through the emotions. And so we also have the Hierophant here in the reverse. This is about the Hierophant. The Hierophant is normally about setting standards, having values, but being committed enough, disciplined enough, structured enough to be able, devoted enough to be able to it's about long-term commitment. It really is. It talks about a lot of things when it comes to unionizing. But it's about what you value and the type of what you value and how you protect that. Okay, but in this reverse position, it obviously speaks of untraditional values or unconventional ways of thought, or just simply bypassing the lessons that it takes for you to develop that character, value, and structure system. So let's get some clarity here, because how can you mother yourself through this? Maybe it wasn't implemented to you in a secure way. You didn't feel emotionally safe, didn't have emotional safety, you know. But how can you nourish yourself? How can you devote yourself to what it is that you value in life? There's a lot of contemplation here and a need to make a decision. Funny enough, you've already made a decision. That was my intention with this reading, was for you to pick a card, pick a path, get to the point, right? Here, there's a decision, there's a choice. Two of Wands, Two of Swords. Two of Swords is in the reverse, so you're sitting in a place of indecision right now, or avoidance. But the Two of Wands is upright because energetically there's a need to plan this new start, right? The Page of Wands here is curious and enthused about expanding energetically. So if that means traveling, if that means exploring, Page of Wands is very inquisitive with its element. It wants to see just as far as where it can go. It just has a certain excitement and passion for life and wants to expand creatively and express itself in new ways, right? Two of Wands says, I've done it, but I have to take a different approach at it. Two also is about inclusivity, including people into this expression, but there has to be a decision on who is included. This isn't even about the who on the external side, it's who are you wanting to show up as, and that will decipher who comes along. Two of Swords is a mental tug of war between two decisions, two paths. So this is another decision in who you are becoming. Is this person who's very nurturing to let alone themselves, but whomever they're willing to start a new beginning with, of their choosing, right? And so the Two of Swords is the actual choosing. Two of Swords is actually taking mental note of which direction it's coming to that conclusion. The top of the card, it says peace. You will be at peace. There's like a need or a refusal to process some mental, possibly emotional baggage. It's not that it's not being processed. It's more like, because this looks like it looks like a wheel to me. It looks like these are just like constant thoughts that just spin around, but they're not being processed. So processing these things is, you know, it's about taking them in, of course, taking these thoughts in, but also using them as a sense of guidance. What are the lessons that are being taught to me from this situation? And how can I integrate them without allowing them to become something more burdensome? And I can see why avoiding the conversation, avoiding the thoughts, avoiding the avoiding taking decisive action in regards to making decisions on who gets access to this new endeavor. It gets hard. But if you sit in a place of indecision, it doesn't do you any justice. Because when there's two paths and you decide to just stay in the middle and not make a decision, you're defaulted to whatever it is that you are familiar with. And you may not see it in that way, but eventually that's what it will boil down into. So this is about taking a more energetic, light approach than a cold, detached approach to your decision. It doesn't have to be so stern and dry and logical. This is really about how passionate you are about your future and how you want to create that. So yeah, I hope that resonated. It did for me, same as the last reading I did, but I'm happy to see that from the last reading, I have made some changes. I have, truly. I've had some conversations and I have had some revelations. And seeing that it changed the readings ever so slightly in a way that it is softer than what it is. I hope that it resonates with you. And if you would like to go deeper or have any more questions, please reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. Thank you. Hi Libra, good morning. If you pick the mysterious unknown crystal over here, this reading's for you. Okay, before I get into this reading, I had done this side twice because this is a retake of a video that I started yesterday, but I didn't get this far. I didn't get to your side yet, so I don't even know what the original card that was in that video was, and this is exactly why I didn't want to know, because I didn't want to have too many connections, you know. So this card is beautiful, and it's beautiful, so I will get into it. But I just wanted to say that when I shuffled out these cards, I slightly saw, guys, the direction of the card. And then when I turned this one over, it was upside down. And I was like, oh no, I hope both of these cards aren't just upside down, you know, because I read that, I interpret that in particular way when they're read upside down. This wasn't. That one was, and I thought that was weird. They were all, this is a deck that the cards are always faced the same way. Now, may I have put it in there upside down? Who knows? But it came out that way. There's an interpretation for it, and I feel like if whoever resonated with it, that's who the message was for. Okay, I just want to put that out there. These messages get more and more intense for me, and I just get more and more excited about it. But that's my Scorpio and Mercury working. That's literally my brain, guys. So yeah, this is your reading, guys. Your card says Starseed. What lights you up? What lights you up? What lights you up? Okay, let's get to the point. What lights you up? Okay, that don't seem to light uppy. I got a card really sideways to me, and I interpret that as a challenge. When it's completely sideways, I can't tell which direction, if it's up or down. Yeah, something's challenging here. And there is some type of truth, there is some type of conversation, there's a need to be honest about something here, or to speak up about something here, or to protect your word about something here. Okay, I have yet to uncover this challenge, but I see at the bottom of the deck we got the King of Wands. So this is someone who's very passionate and affectionate and creatively driven to take inspired action on what it is that he wants to create in his world, right? This may be you. This may be what is lighting you up. Forming a new direction, forming standing in a new position or role, to be able to express yourself in a more passionate and creative way, right? So this is you being lit up, literally. King of Wands is fire, so that's light. Okay, but something, I want to say, in the dark. There's something in the dark here. Ace of Swords is air. All air isn't dark, but it's more detached from. It takes a more logical approach, and it requires honesty. So okay, let me stop stalling and see this challenge. Four of Pentacles. This is simply about control, having a difficult time controlling, or being able to have that space in between having control of something but having the ability to let it go and let it breathe. Four of Pentacles in its upright form is about saving, conserving resources, time, energy, effort. So being able to have a firm grip on those necessities and physical resources. This is about efforts and having physical foundation for what it is that you possess in life. Okay? In the reverse, it's about letting go. It's about letting go. Letting go of power, control over those things. You cannot control time, but you can control the amount of effort, energy. You can control the amount of time that you put into something that you know, this can be about attention or, you know, the resources I listed. But it's about letting go of those things in order to see if they will withstand on their own. You know what I mean? So it can be pretty challenging to play on that balance in a sense. Especially when you're wanting to be the King of Wands and you are in charge of what it is that you want to create. You do have authority and the ability to give direction and step into a role of leadership in regards to what it is that you're creating, or taking control of, in a sense, in a more energetic way. But you have to be honest about what it is that you do want. What do you want to hold on to? What do you value? And what do you need to let go of? This is about focusing on what it is that you actually can control and letting go what you cannot at this point. Okay, so what lights you up? This seems to be like, obviously you seem to be very intentional and passionate about what it is that you value here. But if you aren't willing to speak up about it, it only dims your light and it only suppresses your voice, you know? So let's get some clarity. So I can see why you would. Okay, I can and I cannot. Okay, let me get y'all. Let's get to the point, okay? So there was something that has ended here. There is an ending here. It wasn't easy. It wasn't an easy ending. It was very sudden. It was very painful. And it just didn't end well at all. And this is now something you have to pull yourself, or in the process of pulling yourself out of. This does show going through it, like going through it to get through it, you know. All of these are in reverse, I'm just noticing. At the bottom of the deck, there's something that is going to be revealed to you. The moon in the reverse. Usually in its upright position, it talks about that reveal, that it actually talks about the illumination. So there's something that has yet to be revealed to you. And possibly you're just not at the point of receiving that. But I will say here, with this ending, you know, you're facing it, okay? It may have been in regards to something that you were very committed to. With the Hierophant here, the Hierophant is about values. It's about standards and what it is that you possess, and it's about personal values. What do you personally value, and the devotion, the commitment you have towards that. And here in the reverse, it shows the lack of discipline, lack of commitment. The Hierophant is also a mystic, is a teacher. It's the lessons. It's about character development. That's part of what you value within yourself. So this is a lack of development in this sense, all due to a lack of honesty. Maybe in regards to what it is that you desire, but in this sense, this is an offering possibly to you, and it just wasn't sufficient. It wasn't like this. This is Princess or Page of Cups. So this was a light offering, either given to you or you gave to someone else, but it didn't have any groundedness. It didn't have any like true intentions as to what it was wanting to give, in this sense, in an emotional way. It didn't even have the space, capacity, maturity to be able to process things. It was lighthearted, and it ended in a very painful way. So now the question is, what lights you up? What is it that what is it that you actually value? What is it that you actually want to explore into with true intention? And how this can go, this has layers, and it can go in real deep. And as a Libra sun and moon, I connect to it. I connect to both sides. This can go real deep real quick. So if this is resonating with you, or you have any other questions, please reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. But I am gonna leave it there, just because I will have to go in deeper. So you know where to find me. But yeah, have a good one. So Libra, now after connecting with both sides, as a Libra sun and moon, I resonated with both sides, and that may just be the Libra in us, to the literal need to make a decision. Both sides played a similar role, had had a similar collective message, and ultimately it boils down to what is it that you value within yourself, and how can you devote more time and attention to those values so that you can build a certain type of discipline within yourself, and then you will not ever question your worth or expend yourself beyond what it is you are worth. I just want to reassure you that you are divinely protected, and there's a need to call back your power from any and all corners where it is no longer deserved, because you need to protect your peace in all ways. Cut the cords from what no longer serves you, because it only is weighing you down from your purpose. Love you. Bye. Hello, Scorpio. Good morning. This is for Scorpio sun, moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be falling in your 3rd house of communication, local community, siblings, neighborhood, all little things in your adjacent bubble. But this is typically about how you express your knowledge and wisdom, and how you express your thoughts in conversing for you. So if you want to use the new moon in Capricorn, this is about expressing new ideas and how you want to build your future. Capricorn is about structure, discipline. It's about effort and doing the hard things doing the hard, slow, mundane things that create stability in the long run and long-term legacy. So what is it that you want to create, and how do you want to express that? What ideas do you have? Now's the time to make that decision. Let's get to the point. Pick a card. Are you feeling called to the rose quartz in my left hand, or this crystal in my right hand? Now, I am blanking on the name of this crystal, but I remember my intentions for this crystal, and it may or may not be yours, but it simply connects to the heart space, and it's about bringing in love. And if you know anything about rose quartz, it's the definition of the love crystal. So this is about bringing in that openness, receptivity to more intimacy, more depth, more understanding. It doesn't have to be super romantic, but it is about opening up in the heart space. So let's see. Oh, that's right. Need a closer look. All right. I got rose quartz in my left and this one in my right. Okay. If the rose quartz speaks to you, Scorpio, this is your reading. This card says, Pillar of Light. Your vibration is rising. You are the oracle. Now you can look up the word to get the definition of oracle, of course. But if I had to tell you what an oracle is, it's a spiritual advisor, an interpreter, someone who is tapped in. They don't need all the tools, all the lights and shinings and the things here. I mean, I can say that I'm an oracle and I have those things, but this is someone that doesn't need those things. This is someone who is the channeler. So the cards give me direction to what I am channeling, but on a daily, I embrace that my words have a certain impact on people's cognitive processing. Like, some way, somehow, I am just so connected, collectively tapped in, that I just have an understanding. I have an empathetic connection to people. And I feel like, in a way, this is something that maybe you are opening up to. But regardless, you are that pillar of light. Like, you're like a moth to the flame, or sorry, you are the flame, and people are like moths to you, if you get my terminology. So this is exciting, and I hope you are more open and receptive to this. So let's see what is the message. No, you're not. You're not receptive to this at all. And it's a confirmation here. We have the High Priestess, because I was just thinking, I wanted to say, I feel like you're stepping into a more like spiritual leadership role. It may not seem spiritual to you, but it is definitely guided in a highly intuitive way. It is very much connected to a sense of purpose for you, that you are moving in this type of direction. Now, there actually is a bit of movement, but it's not typically within this direction. Quite literally, this horse and man is going in the opposite direction of the High Priestess. If the High Priestess is here, this is representing your highly intuitive abilities, or sensitivities and awareness to other people's intentions, other people's motives. You're just so tapped in to your own awareness. You're also tapped into the awareness of other people, especially with this happening in your third house. You can be very much tapped in to the people that you communicate with on the daily, in a more intimate setting. So this can be the people under your roof. This can be, particularly, it's funny that this house even rules over siblings, but I like to extend it into like cousins, or just family that are nearby, close, that aren't super connected to like the higher ups, the rents, the parents and stuff like that, but tapped in close enough to you. It's not your peers, but it's someone who lives in the same environment as you, things of that nature. You are rising up to be some type of role model, mentor, possibly, for these people. What you say has an impact on what goes on around you in some way. Knight of Cups is about accepting the responsibility that you need to be consistent in this role. It's in the reverse though, so you are not accepting that or embracing that, or it's just like not something you are consistent with. At the bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups, meaning there's possibly an attempt, but it's not wholehearted. It is like it doesn't have the full intention there. The Knight of Cups knows better, but in the reverse, it does not do better. Within evolving or expressing consistent emotional awareness or intention. Cups, as emotional as I seem to make cups, cups is also, it's the water signs. It's you, Scorpio, with Pisces and Cancer. It's water sign, water energy, so it's very intuitive. It's very connected to its emotions, but in an intuitive way. So in a way, your emotions guide you. The Knight of Cups is literally that guidance, that moving forward. Or it is like a particular message that is coming in. In the reverse, the message is ignored. Whatever is incoming for you, it may be an emotional message, it may be an emotional offer, like literally in the sense of a relationship, and you're just not able to meet it in that space. But you are highly knowledgeable of where you really understand yourself on a spiritual level. You have a spiritual understanding of what it is that you envision for yourself, and that is where your light is coming from. And people see that, you know. So let's get some clarity. It's time to, it's time to connect with friends. It's time to connect with people on a level that, like, you don't have to be so serious all the time. So there's like a hesitation on like being that vulnerable within that setting, maybe within friends, or like just even investing your energy into that. You think that it's like, I can't say what you think, but it seems like you very much are a lone wolf. You very much are just like someone who knows what you want and are willing to go do what is necessary. You like mean what you say and say what you mean. And it seems like there are possibilities of people who can understand you on that level and support you on that level, where that you can be more vulnerable with your emotions, that you can express your emotions in a different way. But there's like there's just simply just like an unwillingness to like explore those options. Yeah, you are just very, it seems like you're very set on like you doing it your own way, and you doing it more so with your guard up. Yeah, I could get deeper into this, Scorpio, but I'm gonna leave it there. And if you would like to, if you're resonating with it or you have further questions, please reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. You are rising. You are becoming very recognizable for what your true intentions are, and there's nothing wrong with it. But I really, I don't got nothing to say for you. I mean, it's totally up to you on where you would like to invest that energy, you know. But you know, I don't know. I feel like I could say, like, just have that discernment of where you're going to be that open. And maybe you have it, maybe you don't. But yeah, just guide yourself with that discernment. Okay. Hi, Scorpio. If you chose this crystal on the right, this reading's for you. I still can't remember the name, but I believe it starts with a G. That's it. This is your reading. The card says, you're already doing it. Stop overthinking. Keep facing your true north. So whatever it is, Scorpio, you are already doing it. Well, I'm nosy. Let's see what you're doing. So I see the overthinking, but literally you are doing it. So you got the Magician card here. The Magician is a creator in his own sense. He has the ability, the resources, and the intellect to create a new path, a new direction, a new reality, really. But in this sense, you have to be very specific with what it is that you want, because you're going to get exactly what you want. But sometimes, you know, the Magician is about tricks, you feel me? So it's going to make magic happen, but it may not. It just, you have to be very discerning with what it is that you want to create. And you have to be very specific, because you can say what you want, but you didn't say how you wanted it or how you were going to get it. And so, yeah, get it, but what would you possibly lose? What would you possibly have to sacrifice or compromise with? Because shit ain't always free. And that's something that you know. And that's something that you resist. The knowing that ain't shit free. You feel me? So you have broken the restrictions and limitations around hold on, I'm getting something else. The devil here, the devil is usually something that is strongly holding you back, strongly weighing you down. It's a total distraction from your purpose, from you making sound, safe, and logical decisions. But in the reverse, this is you breaking free from those chains of limitations. So you know what not to do. You know what not to ask for. But there's still a sense of indecision, a sense of stagnation, the inability to make a decision. Is literally two paths, two choices. Funny enough, I've already asked you to make a choice, and now you're making a choice within a choice. I'm not judging. Libra, something in Libra was the same way. But this is definitely about you making a choice. You can't sit on the fence about this. You can't play both sides. You can't have your foot in two lots here with this. Especially when you're dealing with the Magician, especially when you're dealing with you and your ability to manifest and create the life that you want. You don't want no tricks. You don't want no fine print when it comes to you building this. You got your feet in two different realities. That's super confusing, and you can't play both worlds. That's where it gets tricky. So stop the overthinking, because especially with the Temperance card here at the bottom of the deck, it's in the reverse. So there's possibly something you're forcing, like you're forcing a timing, you're forcing an outcome of something. You can't. All you have to do is just say what it is that you want, what it is that you desire, put in the appropriate amount of effort and consistency, have the appropriate amount of discipline and moderation, and keep pushing forward. And it will reveal itself to you in due timing, in divine timing. Temperance card, it's about divine timing. But if you keep pushing against that, if you keep resisting it, you keep rerouting, you keep redirecting, or you're not making the decisions, the choices, they may be hard. It's hard choices, it's hard decisions to make, but it's the decisions necessary to redirect you to the right way. And I have a feeling, this is just me putting it out there, I have a feeling that whichever decision you have to make is like the decision you have to stick with. And that may be what's the scary part about it. But the card says, face your true north. What is what you truly want? You may want both, but you can't have. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Okay? So go get your cake. And it's about honesty too. It's about truly being honest with yourself first, so that you can be honest with whatever decisions you're making, so you can live an honest, true life. But whatever, like I said, or like this says, whatever you're doing, you're already doing it. You're already starting. So stop overthinking. Let's get some clarity. You cannot keep resisting the inevitable. There is a lack of self-esteem. There's a sense of low confidence in regards to this, but you have it. You have it. Maybe you need to take a better look around, but there are so many ways you have been blessed, and people just don't have it like you do. You may feel like you don't have enough, you don't have the world, but now you are in a position to create that for yourself. And so you need to stand in that. But there are going to be things that can't come with you. They can't come with you because there's things that you are building yourself up with, that you value and that you want to protect, and that you want to continue to grow and thrive. But there are things in your reality that you need to make a decision on that are not coming with you, because it's just going to be something that weighs you down. And it's in this sense, it's going to take everything with it. It's not taking itself down, it's grabbing you and everything you value and care for with it, everything you've created with it. So you need to take decisive action, be very honest with yourself, very logical, and protect your peace in this moment, because that's what you deserve. You deserve that. At the least, you deserve your peace. So, I think I'm going to leave that there, Scorpio. If you resonated with that or have any further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Card. Scorpio, ultimately, you stepping into this more receptive and open space requires you to untangle yourself from environments, people, places, and spaces that don't make you feel safe enough for you to express yourself in the ways that you need. It seems like things from the past are things that have shaped you, but they are not what you are. They may make you, but they will not break you. And you deserve to move on from that and create a new story for yourself. Whatever it is that has entangled you in the first place is not what will keep you tied down forever. Okay, love you. All right, Sagittarius. So this is for my Sagittarius sun, moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be falling in your second house of personal possessions, values, income, all the good little money. All the good little money. Okay. But in this house for you, Capricorn, this new moon in Capricorn can help you set new intentions and goals around your income, finances, and the things that you value and inquire. The second house is about your personal values, structures, and boundaries. So second house is about your personal investments, income, boundaries, and the standards that you set. So what's the point? You tell me. Pick a card. Are you pulled towards the heart-shaped carnelian on my left, or the red jasper, I may be wrong, on my right? If you need a closer look, you don't gotta tell me twice. I have the heart-shaped carnelian on my left. Can someone please see if this is a red jasper? And a red jasper on my right. Take your pick. Red for red. Okay, Saggies. So if you pick the heart-shaped carnelian, this reading is for you. We have the console of light, divine orchestration, helpers in the subtle realm. You have a divine orchestrated console having a console meeting in the spirit realm about you right now. They are doing some behind the scene work like you ain't never seen. Like you ain't never seen. So let's talk about it. Okay. I love this for you. And I love that it's under the heart too. Okay. Yes. So I see nothing but. Okay. So what is happening right now is you are being blessed. I don't know. You're being blessed. That's what I see. This is nothing but wholesome blessings right now. You have friendship, celebration, the ability to express yourself joyfully and connect with other people to express themselves joyfully. You have the ability to give and receive, whether that is your time, energy, efforts, finances, or in the matter of this friendship, it's balanced, it's energy matched in all ways. And then it's very reciprocal. And then we got Two of Wands, where you're open to planning and including others into your plans. And again, it may be in regards to your friends or whomever you have like this reciprocal energy with, or just are very close and supported within. You are now deciding how to expand this even further with them, and that is beautiful. So your spirit team is working and having a console meeting with your peoples. I love that for you, so that you know that you guys can smoothly, like, it's just like, so that you guys can live in like I'm trying to explain it. I see it so beautifully in my mind. It's just like your peoples and their peoples having a little chit chat about how you guys can thrive and grow together. In a sense, it makes me feel like I have a strong friendship where our lives, like we live similar lives, but it just seems like in different fonts. But it's just like, I feel like that's what happens with us. Our peoples meet, on a little basis, and it's like, so what you got going on? What's her goals? What's her ambitions? Okay, then let's see. Oh, maybe they can like find a way to meet. Like, I feel like it's like somewhat like planning like that. This may literally be you making those. This is you making those types of plans. Like, okay, let's meet here. Like travel plans, literally, or just about. This makes me so happy. This makes me so happy. Yo, like I didn't have any expectations or saying anything bad or good. Like, I'm just reading the cards for what it is, and this makes me so happy. So at the bottom of the deck, you got Four of Pentacles, and that's about saving those things that you value, whether that is your time, energy, efforts, finances, whether that is the lifestyle that you live and how you maintain it. You are finding a way to make that very foundational for you, and finding a way to manage and maintain that for yourself. And that's like why overall with this, I love it. I love it so much. I really do. You seem very happy, and you seem to have very supportive friends, family. like just a very supportive group that you can truly be yourself with, like you can truly expand your energy with and make different connections with emotionally, and it's very reciprocal in those relationships, or not even or. It seems like it has to do with your relationship with yourself and your relationship with people, with other people, and that's beautiful for me. I don't really need clarification, but let's see what pops out. And that will end the reading for you. This is the most beautiful reading. Like everybody else, they're doing their thing. I can't discredit anybody. Everybody's just on their own path, and they're making their own choices. And I'm not saying you guys are any better. I'm just saying this reading really moved me, and I'm very excited for you. Okay. It may seem that something has now been revealed to you, or you've now just like come to some type of realization about something, or it's still yet to be unknown for you, but there's like a quiet nudge to this, and possibly in regards to your emotional capacity. You may have sat in a space where you were emotionally stagnant in your relationships, and a relationship is formed by two people that agree on something. So this can be romantic, platonic, family, or career. And in this case, it's something that was a very emotional exchange. And you sat in a space of resistance from that emotional exchange with anyone. Now you are a little bit more open to more emotional opportunities. And I love that. And it's possibly unbeknownst to you, just something that is quietly that is being worked on in the background, behind the scenes. And I feel like there's this, I'm just going to put it out there at the bottom of the deck, there is like some form of communication, some message, something that's trying to get at you, but it doesn't know how to get at you yet. It's like, and maybe this is a person, I'm assuming it's a person if they're talking to you, that has something to say, or this may be you that has something to express, and you just don't quite know how to articulate it, speak it, express it quite yet. And that's okay. It may come out a little messy, it may come out a little shaky, but like as long as you have the right intentions behind it, it comes from a more logical space and not led by negative emotions, then say it, express it, or let it be said, let it be expressed. But it's given a not yet for me. So with that being said, I'm going to end the message here. If this is resonating with you, or you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at LibraBaby.com. Like I said, this is beautiful. It's a beautiful reading. I love that you are living in this presently. Like this is very much a blessing to live in this. So yeah, love you. Hello, my Saggies. So if you pick this crystal on the right, then this reading is for you. your card came out upside down, but it says keepers of the earth. Sorry. It says keepers of the earth. You are not alone. Ancient ancestors stand beside you. It came out in the reverse. So maybe you feel alone, you feel isolated, you feel like no one's listening. And then you over here listening to me saying your ancestors are right beside you, and you like, girl, I want to be touched. Like, yes. Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about it. What's the point? Let's get here. You are not alone. Okay. You are not alone. And while you're like, yeah, maybe, but physically, girl, you don't know me. And I don't. I really don't. So let's talk about it. All right, and we got a challenge here. Okay, there is there's a lot of passion on the board right now, so I'm trying to like not make it like I'm trying to generalize it, but what I'm really getting here, there's just like a lot of passion, and it needs to be redirected. Right now it's either being suppressed or it's attention is being split into different areas and not being, there's not a focus to where all this energy can go. And there is an energetic foundation here, like quite literally a home, family, relationship, community, support. So there's energetic support here. And then we got the Queen of Pentacles. So this is a very nurturing and giving energy. It's about growing what you have. And it's about prioritizing your time. Prioritizing your time and developing your self-worth in this sense. But there's a challenge in that. I sense like a power struggle here. Like it can really go either way. Like the way that the tables will turn, and it all like this, I don't know. I feel like this is something, it was slightly turned. So this can be something on the verge of success for you. Whatever it is that you are growing here, whatever it is that you are creating and investing in, like you are taking the time and actually investing that efforts and time and resources into this foundation. It's on the verge of success. So during this time that you may feel alone, it may be you should redirect your focus onto your purpose, onto this foundation again, because you have you have a lot of impact, and so if it's not going in the right direction, if your attention is not going in the right direction, it's about like the grass is only greener where you water. The grass is only greener on the side that you tend to. So wherever your attention is going is whatever you are tending to and putting in more time, energy, and attention to grow. So if it's not to what you want here, I don't think you're doing anything that you don't want. That doesn't sound very Sagittarius, but there's like a resistance to express your needs. Like you feel like you can't express your needs. You're willing to give and do for others, it seems like, but you're suppressing your own needs. You're overgiving, overcompensating for your needs. Interesting. So let's clarify. You are emotionally depleted, devastated. I don't know why did I say devastated? Maybe you are devastated. There's just something that isn't clicking for you right now. Like you don't have like an open heart about this. Reason I stopped, I feel like another card could possibly come out, but I stopped it because I saw the Queen of Cups at the bottom of the deck, and the Queen of Cups is right here at the bottom of the deck in the reverse. And that's that overgiving energy. That's that neglected to your own needs or the needs of others. And it's like the Ace of Cups comes out. The Ace is like a new energetic beginning, but right now it's, I don't want to say it's an ending, but it's like the cup had been tipped over, like something spilled. Maybe you spilled your heart out and it just wasn't heard, and so like quite literally, even in the depiction of this card, you're not gonna see it, but she's spilling her heart out. But she, as the queen, she has the reserves to be able to outpour like that. The Ace of Cups is about your personal cup, the ability to pour out of it. You've poured your heart out. And let me get another card. You've poured your heart out, and you've taken off the limitations. You've expressed the fears, the doubts, and self-limiting beliefs. But it seems like I feel like you feel like it wasn't Either you suppressed it, you didn't fully express it because you didn't feel safe to. You didn't feel safe enough to do that. Or you did do that and it wasn't with someone who felt safe to you. You see? So I don't know. And actually I do know. Given that it says you are not alone, I do understand how this can make a person feel lonesome. And that can be disappointing, especially when you build something and built something within yourself and it seemed to have been taken in a different direction or not this direction card is so confusing to me, but it shows an immense amount of passion to get to your point. And this is what this is about, getting to the point. But you're pointing in a different direction. You're pointing in the opposite direction. You're not focusing on the point, or you're not focusing on this foundation. And so it goes back to what I said. The grass is only greener where you water it. And if you need to water yourself so that you can show up for others, that needs to be expressed. If you need to water others or water this foundation, that's why I'm considering it being others, because this is about togetherness, celebrating, sharing success with other people. And right now, it just seems to not be a safe space for you to cater to your needs. Okay. I'm gonna leave that there. Okay, Sagittarius, no matter which one you pick, I just want to reassure you that you are already doing it. You are already going in the direction that you want to go. You may have to refine a few things, but honestly, I'm so proud of you guys. Like, both of your readings were very exciting in terms of you guys know what you want and you went and got it. So you are in the legitimate presence of your own manifestations, and I hope you are deeply, deeply gracious for the environments that you have been able to create for yourselves. And there's just a need to stop overthinking the small things, or overthinking the things that aren't your truth, because it's not going to get you into the direction that is getting you. So just keep that as a reminder that you are doing the damn thing. So stop overthinking it, because just look at how far you've come, basically. So love you. All right, Capricorn, this one's for you. Okay, this is Capricorn Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this will be falling in your first house of self, like your physical self. You. This is you. This is what rules your chart. So this new moon in Capricorn is for you and yourself, your personal identity, who you are, and how your life is structuralized. So, what's the point? Let's get to it. You pick a card, and I tell you, right? So, are you going towards this opal in my left hand, or this black tourmaline in my right hand. Do 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 do. Oh, you want to look at them? Let me get you a closer look. We got opal in the left, black tourmaline in the right. Make your choice. Okay, Capricorn, if you chose the opal, then this reading is for you. Your card says play, have fun, celebrate, don't be so serious. This is like you get a ticket to play. This is, I'm happy for you. This is so it's not Capricorn coded, so that's why I'm having a difficult time saying this. I'm trying to find what it's like. This is more, if I have to pick a zodiac based on what this energy is, this is more Leo coded, because Leo is the ruler of joy and creative expression and play and children and all the fun like childhood like joys of life. That's what Leo rules over. So this is definitely not Capricorn at all, but it's funny to me because it's like something that is stereotypical for, as a reminder for Capricorns and actually earth signs as a whole. Play a little bit, like you don't gotta be so serious. It's funny to me, but play, have fun, celebrate, don't be so serious. Okay, all right, I can see why things get a little serious. Look at all these yellow cards. They're all in the reverse. I don't like this. I don't like this. And maybe yes, you deserve to play. But it's like, I don't like this. Seven of Swords in the reverse. The Fool in the reverse. The Magician in the reverse. Majorly, this is about a new beginning. But this new beginning is like a false start. Not to say that this isn't a new beginning truly, but it's like you got a false start to it. And it may have to do with this is about you, so take it how it resonates, but this is about the lies that you've told yourself. Seven of Swords is quite literally about deception, lies, thievery, the stealing of mental space, because imagine how much mental real estate gets overtaken by lies and deception. Like, in some type of way, you have to keep those things in some type of mental order, right? But in this sense, this can be you to others or others onto you, and it's still about compartmentalizing those same thoughts, those same deceptive thoughts, right? And either way, in this case, it being in the reverse, it seems like those lies and intentions have been exposed. And in this sense, things get a little serious, right? Things get a little serious. The Magician, I've been slowly getting different interpretations of the Magician card, because the Magician card, and especially with it being in this position, it actually makes a little bit more sense. But the Magician card, you know, it's a magician. You know, it has this person has the ability to perform magic, and in most cases is very impressive, is very successful. It looks real, and this is a sense of you being able to have that ability to manifest and create your own reality. Yes. But now that it's in the reverse, you know, the Magician can be quite of a trickster. It's trickster energy. It's mercurial. It's the tricking of the mind, tricking of the intellect. So is Seven of Swords. So this is about creative manipulation in ways of like getting what you want, because you create and manifest with every breath that you take. And if you do it in a manipulative, pure, intentive way, you will create those things for sure. And that's what the Magician is. And so starting this new beginning, there may be fears of uncertainty. And so fears of uncertainty or fears of just starting anew. And there's some resistance here. And it seems like it was based on a false start. Unfortunately, it looks like at the bottom of the deck, this will potentially enforce like missed opportunities. That's all I really got for that. So let's clarify. So underlying, I want to just start with the underlying right now. Underlying, there's like a want of together, a desire for togetherness, a desire for community and support, an energetic foundation, energetic support, you know. But it just seems like you don't have the strength to compromise or work with other people. You don't have the vulnerability to express yourself. It seems like things are unfortunately coming from an inauthentic space. And there is just so much courage and bravery in being able to completely speak your truth and be and the things that you are prideful of and the things that you hold dear in your heart. You are very protective over that, and so there is an understanding on why you want to have your guard up in some type of way. But if you want people to help you, you have to be willing to open up in that way. So I am going to end that there. If this is resonating for you or you have any further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. But play, have fun, celebrate, and don't be so serious. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to express yourself and be open. It's the best way to connect to other people, especially if you are looking to create a foundation and have people to help you maintain it. Simple as that. Love you. Hi, Capricorn. If you pick the black tourmaline, then this reading is for you. Your card says, mirror, who or what is triggering you? Funny enough that it fell under the black tourmaline, which is a protection stone. So if there's anything triggering you, a protection stone will help ease the impact. But let's talk about it. What's the point? Obviously, the point of figuring out what's triggering you is so that we can not allow it to trigger us. Yes. So let's make this quick because my phone is dying. Finding out who or what is triggering you empowers you and allows you to call back your power to not allow that to cause you to act out of character. So you're showing me that there are definitely some people who are inquisitive and curious about you, or you them, you know, because there is ways that you can trigger yourself in regards to information that you seek. With that being said, I do see multiple people, and maybe it led to some type of conflict, or there is like some type of grudges that are being held. But ultimately, you are, first of all, very resilient, and now you're in a space where you are building firm, stable boundaries because you know better now. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, don't want to go back. So you're standing your ground, you're in a more defensive space with it, but you're just trying to defend, in a sense, defend your honor. You defend your honor, defend your image, you know, as this is about mirroring. And you seem to like not want to be compared or allow, because you know a mirror is just a reflection of you, and you can see a mirror in other people. You're like, I don't want to be compared or mirrored or be reflecting of those people. It just leads to conflict. So this is about, 5 is also about making a change. In this sense, it seems like you're not engaging in the conflict. You are choosing to make a change. And yeah, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, right? So there is still a sense of being inquisitive, or just a need to be more inquisitive. The best way to break down defenses is about being more curious, about being more intentional, first of all, about what it is that you're asking, but being more curious and ask better questions, you know, so you can get down to the point. This is what we're asking. What's the point, right? Let's get to the point. So this is a call. I'm calling you to ask better questions so that you can get down to the nitty-gritty. You can avoid the conflict at all costs, right? And at the bottom of the deck, we got the 2 of Swords, which means you're sitting in a space of indecision. You're sitting in a space of mental stagnation because there's a choice that needs to be made. Something needs to be cut out. There needs to be a logical decision on which path you are going to go towards. And that means whatever path that you choose, there's no going back to the other path. This is not the time to play both sides of the fence, because it's just going to split you in the end. Don't mean to be so grim, but I need to get to the point. My phone's gonna die. So let's get some clarity. There's a strong resistance on expanding your energies and efforts outward. Stepping outside your comfort zone. I didn't say it was going to be easy, hard, or anything. I'm just delivering you a message, but just letting you know that you gotta do some things that are uncomfortable. You gotta expand your energy and come up with different solutions, put different perspectives in, or try to include different perspectives in the decisions that you're making, because there's definitely a judgment call. You know how I said I had a call earlier? This card wasn't even out. The judgment is out. There's a judgment call. Now it's time to give your plea and time to take accountability for what it is that you plead. We got the star here in the reverse. This is a disconnect from your own sense of faith and your own sense of the ability to restore yourself, to heal yourself in whatever form it takes. But you have that ability, and it all starts with you believing in yourself. Other people are not going to believe in you if you don't even believe in yourself. So you can't convince anybody else to believe in yourself, believe in you, if you don't believe in yourself. Okay? So yeah, that's the point. That's the point to it all. I feel like in a way, partially this is you triggering yourself. As to, it could possibly a what, it can possibly be a person, place, or thing. It's triggering you, and there's a need to make a judgment. Judgment is calling. What's your plea? Okay, Capricorn, on both sides of the aisle, I can confidently say whatever choice you're choosing, whatever direction you're going, this is deeply about breaking generational curses, patterns, and chains. You are releasing the grip of a generational pattern and cycle that has been inherited. This is definitely a healing phase for you. With this new moon in the first house of self, yeah, it starts with you. Capricorn is about discipline, structure, generational wealth, legacy, and it starts with you. So it's time for you to rewrite the future. Hi, Aquarius. Hi, Aquarius. I try so hard every time to at least get y'all in the same format, in the same setting with all the rest, but inevitably, you guys are Aquarian. You guys are the alien of the Zodiac, so I can't expect nothing less. But I personally think that, your energy is just too expansive for my phone. And by the time we get to Capricorn, Sagittarius, Capricorn, it just gets too much. Sagittarius already a lot. They are ruled by Jupiter, which is the planet of it, which is the planet of expansion. So I'll just leave it there. But Aquarius, listen. Now's the time. This is for Aquarius Sun, Moon, and specifically Rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be in your 12th house of subconscious thoughts, spiritual realms. So this can be a lot. This can be an intense space. It is not always a space of certainty. Um, and so the best way we can use this new moon in Capricorn in the space of the 12th house is by creating new structures around the way you maintain your spiritual hygiene and your devotion to tapping into the deeper parts of yourself, tapping into the shadowy depths of yourself, um, that truly play a part in your overall being, as it is something that is germinating in your subconscious. It's something that there's is where the seeds are planted, and it's up to you to harvest. It's up to you to see what comes to light in this realm. So this is about overall creating some type of structure and discipline, because whatever gets planted back there isn't always yours. So knowing when to do a little picking, doing a little picking, doing a little, there's a word for it, pruning. Okay, for the life of me, y'all, I had to Google search it because it was on the tip of my tongue. Okay, this is a pruning season. I don't even know where I was going with it. I don't even know where I was going with what I was saying. Oh, yes, I do. This being in the 12th house, you can use this new moon in Capricorn to help prune, structuralize, and um, prune the information that you acquire in your subconscious, because it can do you good, it can do you great, but when it's things that aren't for you, that have been planted, this is where our doubts, our beliefs, self limiting beliefs come from. This is the space that I think of with the movie Inside Out. That's as far as I can explain the 12th house for you. That movie really opened my eyes to the 12th house. So, if anything, think of that. So, what's the point, right? Now it's time for you to pick a card. I guess you get an up close and personal view of the crystals. I had to do some walking for the other zodiacs, but here we go. On the left here we have an amethyst, which is actually your birthstone, Aquarius. Amethyst. I noticed that all the fixed signs, except for Scorpio, because I don't know Scorpio's birthstone, but the other three, you guys all got your birthstone on one of the cards at least. So amethyst on the left, and then I believe this is green jade. But don't take it from me. That is the other crystal. Okay, so take your pick. Aquarius, if you pick the amethyst, then this reading is for you. The card says Starseed. What lights you up? This card for me is actually very Aquarian in nature. I feel like Aquarius, with being a star seed, because it's like you're not necessarily this planet. Um, in that way. So let's see what the so the card asks is what lights you up, and I'm actually seeing a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to emotional, or excuse me, when it comes to mental distressing and overstimulating things. So that's going in the right direction. Let's see what we got here. Speaking of going in a direction, you're moving. You're going in a direction. You're moving away from things that no longer serve you. Even if it's things that you may have emotionally invested in, um, you know that it no longer is something that is needed for your growth. And so while you've had your experience and memories and um, shared emotional exchanges, it's no longer for you, and you are walking away from it. And you're no longer allowing those things, those thoughts to linger. So I love to see that. You are lighting up. See, the strength card. The strength card. Interesting. The strength card is actually Leo, which is your opposite sister sign. Um, and you guys light up in your own ways, right? You are the star in the tarot, which is very enlightening. And then the strength card is very expressive and powerful, yes. Expressive, and is very expressive on I'm getting a different reading from that I normally get from this card. So that's why I'm trying to speak it. They're like this beast in you, and you know how far you can take it. So there's a certain amount of strength that you need to be able to filter that rage, passion in a more authentic way that doesn't take you out of character. So whatever that it is that is within your heart that you deeply care about, you're very passionate and prideful about it, and you are very protective over it as well. But there's a certain amount of courage, um, being able to express those things, but in a more vulnerable manner that doesn't automatically equate to you being vicious and things like that. So this is beautiful. Like you are totally walking away from what no longer serves you, and you are eliminating any distractions and overwhelmings. You are allowing um you're allowing yourself to be more vulnerable, and you are knowing where you don't want to invest your time in. Um Really, Aquarius, that's all I'm getting for you. And I'm happy for you for that, because that's very brave. That's very brave to actually know what you want, but like being disciplined enough to say what you want, stand by what you want. This is like 10 toes energy. You got 10 toes down. You're standing grounded and firm in your decisions. And shoot, what I got to say. So let's see some more clarity. Okay, so there's seems to be like although you have these motives and um, you have a sense of guidance and direction, yes, there's also a sense of forcing some type of outcome or just not having the patience to allow the process to like this is about trusting the process. And it may have to be due with the fact that you're pulling yourself out of something that was deep and intense. There needs to be like some like there's a lack of I feel like you're pulling yourself out of something more logistically instead of emotional avoidance to the situation. And that is going against the divine timing of things and the way that you're able to process and heal through it because it creates a type of imbalance. So the Eight of Cups does support emotional avoidance as well, but you've been able with the Nine of Pentacles, you've been able to self-regulate um, mentally, which is terrific. You've been able to pull yourself out of this Ten of Swords, this very painful, sudden ending, right? You've been able to pull yourself out of ruin, pull yourself out of the the, the darkness, shall I say. But you avoiding this emotional investment, although it may be something non deserving, because that's usually the interpretation of this card. Getting just like a different read with this temperance out here is just like there's like you're either forcing an outcome by avoiding it or there's an imbalance on how this is being processed and played out because there's this avoidance. Um, and I'm getting this avoidance from this prince or this knight of cups. The knight of cups continues like has consistent efforts towards building an um emotional capacity and things like that and being more emotionally expressive. It is about emotional expression because it's about moving forward in that space of love and fulfillment. But here, like in the reverse, is that lack of is that unrequited love. Like there's no purpose behind what it is that you are offering. Does that make sense? Ultimately, though, I'm seeing we got the King of Pentacles here at the bottom of the deck. Ultimately, I am seeing that there is a sense of stability um, here that you want to build or are building, have built, have built, but um, unfortunately, if you keep resisting or avoiding the there's just something that needs your attention, and I feel like it's something that will continue to help light you up. Yeah, so take that how that resonates. If you have any questions or you want to look into this deeper, please contact me at Libra Baby Doll. That reading was for you. Okay, Aquarius. If you pick this crystal on the right, this reading is for you. Your card says birthing a new age. Excuse me. Birthing new creations, dreaming a new world into being. Birthing a new age, birthing new creations, dreaming a new world into being. Okay, so what's the point? The point of it all is that you are creating a new beginning. You are in a very creative season in your life. Whether it is you are birthing a new reality, you can take it as literal. If you're feminine and you're birthing a person, whatever it is that you're creating, it's here, and it starts with the mind. It starts with whatever it is that you are dreaming to create. No, baby, what you doing? So, oh no, Aquarius. We got the Lovers in the reverse, Ace of Wands in the reverse. Leo, this is um the Ace of Wands in its own. It's a new beginning, a new start, a new energetic, passionate, creative beginning. Project, endeavor, adventure, exploration. What it is, it's starting anew. It's starting new. It's like a key to opening a door. The next door. It's the tool to your next creation. Really. But we have the Lovers here in the reverse. Now the Lovers, can be quite literally a relationship, um, a sacred bond, connection. Yes. But the Lovers is also about making major decisions and choices in regards to that sense of alignment. The Lovers is just about sacred alignment within yourself or with another person. In the reverse, there's a misalignment, there's disharmony, um, or there is just a lack of compromise, a lack of choice. We have the Empress. The Empress is she's the mother, but she's in the reverse. The Empress is legit the creator. She is the one who is receptive of energy but is able to create physically. So she's receptive, she's very sensitive in um she's very sensitive to energies. She's able to intuitively digest it, process it, and then create something in the physical realm as result of it. So she's in the reverse, which means there's a creative block a creative block here. She's unable to create this new beginning, this new creation, this new age. Like if she's the birther, she's unable to birth this new age. And it's due to a lack of alignment. Quite literally, we got the Chariot here is about spiritual protection and guidance. It's about forward momentum. It's a unstoppable force, but you found some way to stop it. You found some way to cause delays within that course. Yeah. So let's clarify. These cards are facing me as a challenge, and at the bottom of the deck is the Tower, which is the ultimate challenge. It's a literal ultimatum here. Okay, Aquarius. Um, we have a challenging challenge card. The Ten of Wands is about challenges. It's about bearing the weight of is about bearing the weight. It's about being overburdened and yeah, it's already a challenging card, and this just shows me that you are struggling with the um Ten of Wands can be like responsibilities, can be the opinions of other people that you are holding on to that isn't helping you, but only causing you to, it's only weighing you down. And it's about holding on to things that just weighs you down, that doesn't belong. Like it's literally a need to organize and cipher through the energies that you are allowing yourself to take on and figuring out what doesn't belong there. The other challenge here is the Nine of Swords, which is self inflicted negative thoughts. Um, it's about stress, it's about worry, it's about just mental struggles, and both of it can be challenging. This is energetic and mental distress and challenge. And so I see why you don't want to take up nothing new. You're like, I got enough on my plate. Um, but the Nine of Swords, the nine before the 10, is a very uh, crucial point because the nine is about self. So you have the ability to take care of self before you take care of others. In this sense, with Nine of Swords, you have the ability to redirect your thoughts, turn those negative thoughts and opinions and um, the way that you express yourself, the worries, the doubts, the fears, and taking those and expressing them to supportive people, opening your eyes to support and compassion and the ability to for people to see you, like actually see you and understand you. And in that sense, it can be very challenging. Um, there may be good days, there may be bad. That's what I see here. Ultimately, though, the Tower is here, meaning there's a choice that needs to be made. What do you value? Let that be number one. Take that into account. Whatever it is that you value is whatever it is that you want to protect and you want to keep. The Tower is going to fall. There is just a structure that is unstable here, and it's time for you to make some changes to fill in those cracks or rebuild based on the values that the, the standards and values, um, based on the things that you value and standardize, because what you the things that you value now, you've built it on top of an unstable structure. And so in order for you to protect those things, you need to rebuild, reframe, and restructure. I'm gonna leave it there, Aquarius. Um, I hope that resonated for you. If you have any questions or want to dive deeper into what this could mean, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. But yeah, that's what I have for you. Aquarius. Aquarius, what I can strongly say for you is that it's just literally no joke that you are just not from here. You are from worlds away, and this is just your time to do some humanitarian work. Unfortunately, this is like a double mission for you. But ultimately, your mission here is to connect to the collective, channel, and uplift the collective. Um, you have many ways of doing that, and healer to healer, it does get tough when you feel misunderstood. But please take pride in that. That's something that you and Leo share in common on your axes is your pride in your individuality. Take pride in that, because nobody's gonna ever understand you, and that goes for anybody and everybody. Nobody's gonna ever understand you fully more than yourself, especially here if you're not from here. Okay, but on the realistic note, if you are in a new space, no one knows you. So who do you want to become? Hope that helps. Pisces, Pisces, Pisces. We've made it. We've made it. I am definitely going to keep my word on reversing the order of things, starting with you first, because Lord, we get to this point every time, and I'm, it I feel like I just trudge through mud and forests and all these obstacles to get to y'all. And I just want to get to y'all. You know, y'all my homies. You feel me, Pisces rising? I see you. Okay. So this is okay. So this is for Pisces Sun, Moon, and specifically rising, as this new moon in Capricorn will be in your 11th house of dreams, friendships, and support systems. So who are going to be supporting you in these new dreams? The best way that you can use this new moon in Capricorn in the house of dreams, friendship, and support system is by creating a more structuralized um, support system where they can support your dreams and help you build towards the future. Capricorn is about legacy overall. So these are like the helping hands into the blueprint of your dreams. So taking into consideration of who's going to be contributing their opinions and support for you, there comes a time to get to the point of where do you want to do? Who do you want to be, right? So let's make a decision. Pick a card. Are you called towards the clear quartz in my left hand? Or this green, I think this is green tourmaline. Is that a crystal? Don't call me out, please. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with this crystal. I've had it for a while, but I've just not familiarized myself with it. But if you're called towards it, please please follow your guidance. Hi, Pisces. So if you pick the clear quartz, this reading is for you. Your card came out upside down, boo. It says protection, call back your power, cut the cords, soul retrieval. Okay, the fact that that came out upside down, I don't want to say there's a lack of protection, but there needs to be an extra enforcement of protection. You really need to protect yourself. If you take that, however you take that, however you take that. But I do really mean like with boundaries. Like you really need to stand 10 toes, basically, in all ways. 10 toes, even if you gotta like, if you gotta, if you gotta protect yourself, 10 toes, always. Always be 1 foot ahead, 1 step ahead. You feel me? I'm gonna stop talking. No, seriously, calling back your power is, this is by not allowing people to allow this is not this is about not allowing people to make you step outside of your character. This is about protecting what it is that you know is true to you and cutting away any of the bullshit, any BS that isn't going to help evolve you. Especially if this is about your support system, you need to be very protective. This is your realm of dreams, but you need a support system because you can't accomplish your dreams all alone by yourself. No, it's a collective effort for sure, but you need to be very protective and discerning on who it is that you are allowing in this space. Because this is a very sacred space. This is one step before the 12th house, Pisces, us, and then the cycle starts anew. So, whoever you are bringing into this, the 12th house of subconscious, baby, you need to be very discerning and selective. That's all I need to say. I know. I know that you know, and you know that I know, and we know. Okay. You've been disappointed. Yeah, you've been disappointed. You've been heartbroken, taken advantage of. You are emotionally depleted. Your cup has spilled over. Excuse me. Your cup has spilled over. You have no room. You're a little cold hearted right now. Um, but yeah, you're hurt. You're in a hurt space. I know that. I see that. We see that. We know that. Um, and that's even more so why you need to protect yourself. You need to protect yourself from going down that same path. Protect yourself from experiencing that same type of hurt. It's never going to get easier experiencing it. Eventually, you may just numb yourself to it, but does that make it any better? So, I'm getting to the point because I really don't have the time. Um, at the bottom of the deck, we got the Three of Cups. This is a very happy, energetic, but emotionally supportive energy. It's about being with your friends, it's about being with your family, whoever emotionally supports you and lifts you up. And it's about celebrating with them. It's about um, going to them for advice. It's about expanding yourself outward to them and expressing yourself emotionally, having that emotional exchange, being that vulnerable with them about the things that you need and the things that you know that you need to heal from, and the things that you need to express. This is another three. It's more about pain, but expressing that pain helps you heal. That's all I gotta say. Let's clarify. I'm seeing more disappointment. Literally, the card at the top says disappointment. Five of Cups. Yeah, there's some emotional loss here. You've possibly lost you've probably lost something that you deeply cared about, whether that's a relationship or just something you were emotionally attached to, and it deeply saddens you. You're very much disappointed. But now is the time to make a plan on how to move forward from that, how to not go down that path again. Like I said, it's time for you to take control again. You've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Don't go back. You've you've already outgrown the space, and now it's time to take those lessons and expand it into your new future. This is a time though that you really need to sit in solitude. You really need to take all the experiences and analyze those to the like really, you know, you keep going through these experiences, you've experienced them. So if you want to experience them again, just think about it. That will do just enough to your nervous system to not want to make you want to do that. Okay? Once you really think about it, once you really analyze it, the outcome is going to always be the outcome. Doing something a million times and expecting a different outcome after you have did it a million times and it has been the same is clinically insane. So let's not do that. Let's not do that, Pisces. I hate talking about freaking mental diseases with you, but honestly, Pisces 12th house, that's y'all, that's the house y'all rule, is about mental dis-ease. So you're going through it right now, and this is the time, better than none, to invest in your own protection and discernment. I hope you really, really go down this path where you really, really tap in with yourself and allow it to guide you. Truly, allow it to guide you to not go down that path again. You have exactly what it takes. You deserve that. You are worthy of that. You are worthy of getting exactly what it is that you want. You are showing me you want, you desire things, but y'all showing me some keywords here I didn't mean to look at, but I'm seeing it. What it is that you value, what it is that you want to build, right now you have come to a point where it has been built on shaky, unstable foundation. Clear away the unnecessities. What is not necessary anymore no longer belongs because it's just going to continue to instabilize you and make you feel like you're unworthy of what you deserve. So clear away with all the bullshit. Cut it off because it's just going to indefinitely contaminate every category in your life. End it with you. End it with you. I hope that resonated. If you have any questions or want to tap into this deeper, tap in with me, okay? At Libra Baby Doll. Pisces. If you chose this green crystal, green tourmaline, you tell me. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just not familiar with it. This is your reading. Your card says, in Rama, where are you being called to journey to? So let's get to it. I feel like you're going in multiple directions. That's all I'm saying. Just by that shuffle. There's a challenge here. I'll get to that. Card in a challenging position. You are very, I don't know why I just strongly want to say domineering. Look it up if you have to. You're very domineering. I have to look it up. What's the definition of domineering?
Sorry, something's gone wrong.
Shawty tripping. I feel like it's just being very dominating, but having a sense of direction and a sense of leadership. That's exactly what this Emperor energy is. You are very confident in your ability to lead in the sense of direction that you have, or you at least have that authority, that position that um, it looks like that, you know? Yeah, but you seem very stable, very confident, you know? Um, maybe I really mean like you're like a little bit intimidating. Let's see. We have the Eight of Pentacles here in the reverse. So this talks about working, but it's giving me like overworking, like a little sense of burnout. Like maybe you've taken too much control, too much power, and now it's either working against you or you are overworking it. I don't know. Let's see what this challenge is. Ten of Pentacles. Emotional fulfillment, togetherness, a happy home, a happy life, like a legit, like the everything, the why did I want to say American dream, but just like the happy home, um, emotional fulfillment, complete emotional fulfillment where you can bring other people in and share that on an emotional level. Okay, something's very challenging there. Maybe it's just something's challenging in the home, challenging in a marriage, um, challenging within a family. Some type of familial relationship here is very challenging to be like completely happy. It seems very wishy washy. And it seems like whoever is this controlling energy is very much like overworking the the environment. I don't know. Something here is just not working or is working against you. So let's clarify. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Four of Swords. So there needs to be time taken to yourself to like really analyze, process. Like this is a much needed time for meditation or just a time to take like legit rest, relax your mind, relax your body, and don't allow something to take mental strain on you, cause you stress. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay, so there may have been an argument, some hasty words exchanged or something, and you know, words can't be taken back, but there can be forgiveness. That's what I'm seeing. But maybe someone's choosing not to fully walk away from it. I don't know. This one, there's a challenge on being able to expend your energy outward, step outside your comfort zone in some type of situation here, and you're avoiding actually dealing with the emotions of it. Because it had to do with something that may have gotten out of hand, something dealing with some type of conflicting conversation, dialogue, thoughts, whatever the case is. It could have been very just like hurtful, um, and what was said, but you may have gotten over it in some type of way and chose forgiveness or just chose to like close it out, just submit to some type of form of closure, but it still emotionally lingers and you've been avoiding either dealing with it or letting it go. So even though there is a sense of forgiveness, like possibly verbally, you said, "Okay, I apologize," emotionally, it still lingers, and it is restricting your ability to be able to expand outside your comfort zone and um, uh, and allow other people to see you. That's all I want to say. Yeah. And then we got the Queen of Pentacles in the reverse at the bottom of the deck, just seeming undeserving, seeming undeserving of. I mean, obviously, no one deserves constant conflict and emotional neglect, but there's like a unwillingness to build this worth and confidence in yourself. There's like a disconnect from an inner knowing that you deserve better, and so you're not willing to neither receive or give um what it is that you are um calling for. So you want this happiness, and it's very challenging to get this happiness because there's work that needs to be done to get it, to get it done. And it causes you to extend yourself outward a little bit more than what you usually do, and stop avoiding the emotions that come with it, because it helps give you a sense of guidance of what it is that you are working towards. So I'm going to end that there. But if this is resonating for you, or you have any extra questions, it's 12:22 on my watch. Um, please do not hesitate to reach out to me at Libra Baby Doll. So yeah, I hope that works for you. Okay, Pisces. So for you, there's a strong sense of unworthiness. I just want to remind you, you are worthy for whatever it is that you align yourself with. Whatever it is that you want to align yourself with, it just is a matter of structuralizing that, and surrounding yourself around people to hold you accountable to structuralize that. So I just want to remind you that what is not, well, this is kind of a question. Sorry, the bottom of this deck says, align your life. What is not aligned or needs to change? And that pretty much sums up both sides of this story. Something is not aligning and it needs to change. And if you want to align with your true self, you need to first step into that space of deserving, of worthiness, because it is what you deserve. It is what you are worthy of. If that is what you want, and align to it. Stay committed, stay disciplined. I hope this I hope this really resonated for you guys. And again, if you have any questions, Libra Baby Doll, I'm here to help.